Ooh. All right. So, welcome to the new digs. Unfortunate, I have moved since my last stream, so, and I am still living out of boxes. Move out of the way there. Yeah, boxes and boxes are everywhere, including a 2.4 gig antenna that I need to send back to a fellow Wardriver, and yeah, you can get that taken care of. So what we have here today are two kits from the from 463N7. Um, he's been selling a number of these for some time, and I believe he's still selling kits. He's not selling in assembled units anymore at this point. But if you take a look, do a search on 463N7 and Wardriver in Google, you should come up with his Tindy store, and you should be able to, I think it's his Tindy store, and be able to pull up and purchase a couple of them. Do bear in mind, it takes a little while for them to get all the parts together. They do come slow boat from China, so sometimes he has stock, and sometimes the tide is not in his favor, unfortunately. But keep with him. He provided a pretty good kit here so far, and has been pretty good on responding to questions. But from here on out, let's get started. So down here we have a iFixit board filled with all of the parts from the two kits. Actually, I need to get my soldering iron all set up here. So I'm going to be using a TS1, using a pine saw, and using the larger chisel tip. But yeah, get that all in there. And let me get this power cord situated. I should have gotten this done before starting the stream. Let's make sure this is long enough. Ooh, it is not. Give me just a second here. Let me find an extension cord to do this up with. That. Here. The rest of the kit accessories over there. Yay. To start it up here. Cool. Set point of 650 degrees. We'll let you off to the side for the moment. So I need one board. It's out of the way here. Two ESP32s that have already been flashed. The GPS module and its header. The SD card module and its header. I2C OLED display. We have a SIM 800 and its antenna. And a header that I'll use to cut it off, and the rest of the stuff we don't necessarily need. So take the rest of the tray, move that up and out of the way. Unfortunately, I don't have fitting hands here to hold everything together. So this will be interesting. This will definitely be interesting. So today we're going to be using MG Chemicals 6337 22 gauge. I don't feel like using my existing, actually, that's alright, Flux. Scratch that, we're going to use the 6040 no clean. Got. Let's see here, I think I've got everything. Let me pull up some instructions here on the interwebs. Instructions. So assembly instructions. All right. So, all right. I guess let's get started. From here. Oh, right. I need to get a diode, a resistor, and temperature sensor. And I also need a pair of pliers. Round up all your tools before your live stream so that you have everything you need before we get in and going. So, and also need a set of dikes, diagonal cutters. I can use those. Let's see if I've got my flush cutters. Yep, these will work. They're not the best, but these are from my 3D printing supplies. So, okay. So we will get the soldering iron going. I should have actually set the direction of the pencil. So, and you are at 650. Very good. Okay. So over there. Music. Well, so, all right. So we have ourselves a DS18B20 temperature sensor. So it has on the instructions that it should go in this aspect with the indentation towards the ESP chip. The pins are not wide enough, so I need to Do a little bit of gentle massaging. There. You don't want to listen to me. Wash your hand. Now it's properly splayed. For the dimension that we have. There you go. There you are. Figure out where the solder is. On to the first. There we go. Looks like that has gone through. That's good and clean. All right. Now, tack. Another one. There we go. We have our first component on our first board. Just a little bit. Okay. Next up, we have a diode. So, those of you that are new to electronics, diodes are diodes only allow voltage to go in one direction. So, on most schematics, they'll have a little black. They'll have a what looks like a little cylinder, and then a black line on one side. That black line is the side where where current is limited, where voltage is limited coming from. So from one side to the other. So oh, I'm sorry. We're looking at the 4.7 ohm resistor. Derp. Resistors don't care. They don't care what direction they come in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do you. This. You're going to be a little tall. Stand just a little proud for the socket. Okay. And you might be saying, hey, Raker, the documentation shows a brown resistor, and I might have a blue resistor. What's that about? Well, for a project like this, it's not really going to matter much, because what that is that's just the if I remember correctly, that's the wattage. I'm probably wrong, but for this particular project, it doesn't matter. The color on this is not really specific. However, the bands on the resistor are. Unfortunately, I'm a poor electronics person, and I do not know my resistor color codes. There are plenty of documentation on the internet for that. So we got our resistor, and we have our temperature probe in place. What I can do, now that they're set in, come in with my flush cutters, snip, snip. And these guys will be a little bit tougher. Snip, snip, and snip. So we have a nice flush look there on the soldering. Cool. All right. So next up on the instructions, we have the GPS module. So that's this guy on the back. Now you'll notice that there are there are two markings here: a 3 and a G. That 3 is for 3-volt VC, what's also called VCC, on the GPS module. So you see that. I'm going to bring this way up close, see if Mr. GoPro can focus. It cannot. So what we have this pin up top is VCC. This next one is ground, transmit, receive, and pulse per second. Now I am told we do not want the pulse per second pin to be soldered in place. So they give us he gives us a 5-pin. We're going to take our flush cutters. We're going to send that one off into oblivion. So now we have a 4-pin header. So you might be saying, hey, Brian, hey, Raker, so if it's like this, do I put it like this? No. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip it over to where what is the GPS electronics, that's going to be facing the bottom of the board. And you notice on the back side of the GPS module, it's a nice little UFL connector here. There's also a battery here. That's also for keeping the satellite stuff in memory. So whenever you restart this thing, it doesn't have to re-download or try to re-remember where all the satellites are at. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use pliers to hold the header in place while we solder it. Let's see if I can figure this out without dropping stuff. So do it this way. So need it for those 4 pins. For the 3, the G, the TX, and the RX. Since we need just a little more height over here, I'm going to use some things just to kind of keep the height up. Actually, that'll do just well on some. So we'll take you. We'll wake the soldering iron back up again since it went into sleep. And we will 650. We are good. Part. Apply a little bit of solder. There we go. Pull out a little bit more. Oop. You don't want the solder, you don't need the solder to go onto the tip of the soldering iron. You want the solder to go on the pieces that you are soldering together. And that looks decent. You know what I just realized? I put this on the wrong side of the board. You guys are supposed to warn me about this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's move you out of the way. I have this wonderful stuff here called solder wick. And what this will do is this will sop up the solder from the connection. Let me get one of my grab my ceramic tweezers, because this stuff, it wicks heat. It wicks heat exceedingly well, and the heat kind of comes up the braid. But what we want is the braid suck up the solder. So how we use solder braid is, first off, I should probably have a sponge. See how it just sucks up all the solder from the tip of the iron, like that. Theoretically, I should also have a sponge to clean the tip of my soldering iron, so I may grab one of those here in a moment. That's what we do. Just take that, and you see how it turned different color? Yep, it's because it sucked up all the solder into the braid. Just continue to do that for all the connections. Sounds good. Sounds good. You see there? It's all the solder that's inside those joints. Flip it around, just so that we can use the last little bit of solder braid here to pull that out. Most of the time this works. Other times we have to be a little inventive in getting this out. So I'm going to continue to use my this doesn't work. I may just go over the benefits of having multiple parts. Benefits of having multiple parts. The other thing you got to remember is you don't want to put too much heat on this. Because then you run the risk of ruining we got one of the pins out, coming out. Okay. You know what? That's perfectly fine because we have extra pin header right here. So if that is the way it comes out, that is the way it comes out. Okay. Pin out. Sit you down. Let's see, that one pin has pulled out of the header package. Just gotta do this now for 3 more of them. Got that one out. Two more to go. There we go. Last one. There we go. All out. You might notice that there's a little bit of schmutz in here. So what we're going to do, take our solder braid again. Lift all of that solder right out. That will give me something I can work with. No. So just a little schmutz of solder left in here. Just need it to wick up. And come on, you little jerk. Okay. That should be fine. I'll put you down for a second. Grab another 4 from here. This time, we'll put it on from the back. Unfortunately, that's not letting it through all the way, and that's kind of expected. So what we'll do, use the pliers, not as they are meant to be used. this is time for a little bit of flux. Yeah. Do. Wonderful rosin flux pen. We're gonna liberally shake, shake, shake. Until the tip turns yellow. That's when it has applied a nice coating of flux. I know you guys can't see that, but I can. I am happy. What this does, this promotes transfer of heat to where you need it. Okay, let's do this. There we go. Cool. Hey, there we go. A little better. That's good enough. That'll do. So now we have our pins sticking out. Don't worry, what's on the back side, I'm going to trim those once we're done. So again, since we're not really done here, I am give these guys a little bit of solder. There we go. A little bit of D. Okay, cool. So now we've got our GPS header in place. It's a little cattywampus, but that's all right. So again, this one's got VCC on the top with ground below it. So we're just going to take this, we're going to slide it on just like that. There's no need to do any kind of moving stuff around or going back and forth or the such. Not on this particular part. There are on others, but we are good on this one. So again, I need it to rest on a pad. Solder one pin in. There we go. One pin. Use an axis for me. I'm going to swing it around just a little bit here. Oop. Go. I got it. And I got it. Very good. Soldering iron needs clean. I'll be right back. I need to grab a paper towel. Yeah, unfortunately, I've forgotten to bring a paper towel to the party. So, yeah, where'd my music go? Get that started again. Been too long. Where, cursor? Where are you? You. Not you, not you. Missing a window. There we go. There we go. Throw that there. Okay. No, that's the wrong tab. Let's get back here to you. Yay. Okay, assembly instructions. So, might ask why I need a paper towel. So, you see the soldering iron, it looks a little dingy. So, what you need to do is every once in a while, go through, you need to make sure to clean up all this extra schmutz off of the tip and make it nice and clean again. That also helps to get rid of a lot of the extra solder that's on the tip too. So, okay, so we got the GPS module installed. Happy with that. Yay. Okay, cool. Oh. Wiring and connections. Okay. So from here, looks good. We'll give everything a little bit of IPA after the fact. So what we need to do here is I need to install the RF radio. This guy. So this one comes with 5 pins that we need to install. Okay. Now, there's not really good instructions on this. There's a little blurb of it on jhewitt's page. So, as you can see on this guy, there are 6 solder pads over here on this side. The only ones that we're interested in are the bottom 5. The top one is actually where the antenna is going to connect to. We should do that first. So, should aside for a moment. And Mr. Hewitt recommends to install the antenna like that, so that it's contacting the paper of the can, and that it's not shorting out on anything. So let me find where my tape all ran off to. Grab a piece of humbucker real quick. What I need to do is to just temporarily hold the antenna in place while we solder it in place. This tape will not be important in the future. A little slice of heaven right there called humbucker tape. I don't know why they're so quiet music I chose to be starred. Yeah. I'm doing this simply because I need to flip over the board and be able to solder it from the other side. And this just keeps the antenna in place for now. Just like that. Grab you, let you power back up again. And you might be asking, I have not been applying solder flux to any of my connections, to any of my solder points yet. And that's because this solder actually includes the flux in it already. So I don't have to apply any external flux to any of the connections. Which makes it really nice. But also means that technically I need to clean up all these connections once we're done with work here. Connection here. Okay, got the solder there. Not. This is something that flux helps with. Is sometimes these connections do not like to take solder, either because they're huge heat sinks, like a great big copper coil that acts as an antenna. So application of flux can help with the adherent. I do not know how this stuff works, but I do know that it works magic. Why isn't my tip? Oh, crap. That's why. Always make sure that your tip is actually fully inserted. Especially on these solder irons, they can get dislodged. There we go. There we go. Cool. Since that required a large amount of solder, I'm going to clean the tip. And we're going to take a look and see how that worked. There we go. You see it on the backside as well. We didn't warm it up too terribly badly. Cool. That'll work. Now we can pull that off. Okay. Bring the board back. Yeah, I need to trim those. That's on. Right. Nope. You are slanted. Sorry you can't see this, but I am attempting to fix this. So it's just slanted just a hair. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. That'll work. Cool. So now, back in and solder down the rest of them. There we go. So 4 of those. Good. Okay. Come back, flip you around. This is where I wish I had my helping hands. But not for this project. So we have you like that. We don't have anything on the back side to interfere. Make sure that this is correct. Yep. Like that. Yeah. We want a little bit of space between the board and the module. So we'll put you in there just to give it a little bit of height. 650. And there we go. There we go. That board's on. And we have a good bit of space between the SIM carrier and the board. If I need to, I can turn that down. Very good. Just a little bit. If anything, won't need that. Okay, cool. So we're going to throw on the SD card. Fun job. Now this is something that this is weird, weird ways of trying to get this to work. So what happened is on this particular board, the SD card, as you can see, kind of is blocked by the SIM module. So what we do is we take the SIM module and we just kind of like arch it back just a little bit. What I am going to do is do this. Arch it back and also be up on the header just a little bit like that to give me that extra little bit of reach to get in there and do that. And if I need to, I can do more work as far as like bringing it back and such. So since that's on, this is where helping hands would have come in handy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put one on like I did before. And then we're going to arch it back from that one solder joint. I need to find out where this diode goes. All right. In. So that one's there. So what we'll do is we will tap the solder joint in the back. See how it's now bent back from straight on the board. So that'll help us with that arch that we need to get. Sweet. Got all of them in. It's got a nice arch to it. It's a Joestar or something. Ha ha ha. Oh, right. There's the diode. Ouch. There's the diode. Cool. So over here. Okay, cool. So we will get the SD card installed and then I'll deal with the diode. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to take it about halfway down on the pegs, just like that, so we can make sure that we clear so that we can make sure that we clear the send module. Now granted, hopefully this is something that we don't need to replace very frequently, but it's there just in case. Oh, and now you decide to start playing. All right. Oh, I get it. It doesn't want to start playing unless it's in the foreground. Let's take a quick cruise here for a moment. Let's drag you out. You here. You here. Ha ha ha. That's right. I have a widescreen monitor. We can do this. Instructions over here because that's the most visible part of the screen. Very good. Okay. Get rid of the history. Give me a little bit more. All right. YouTube, you're weird. All right, cool. So, this should be fine. Let's grab a micro SD card. These are all for my GoPros, but micro SD is micro SD is micro SD as far as form factor is concerned. So we have that. Facing up. Oh yeah, that easily goes in and out. So, in fact, if anything, I could probably relax this just a little bit. Yeah, that's how it sits in there, and that's fully inserted. There's no like click mechanism or anything on here. It just kind of goes in there just like that. And if I can get it out, like that, yeah, I can. This thing can go all the way down, and then I'll trim the leads. Cool, wakey. And my soldering iron is set on like a 60-second idle timer, so if it's not moved in an appreciable time, it'll actually spin itself down and put it into a low power mode. Turns the electronics, turns the heating off, and it helps you save energy. Especially since this is USB PD, and I can actually run this off of a PD power bank, which is really helpful for like doing jobs like this at a conference like Black Hat or DEF CON or like B-sides. That was actually kind of fun. Made it to B-sides Charm this year. That was a fun event. Got my first Found the Fox badge there. Very good. All right, let's check. Sure we didn't fluff it too badly. We got whoop. There we go. Perfect. Okay, and let's grab the diode. Since I have forgotten to install this, now the instructions say to install it with the black line facing that direction. So I don't know if you guys can see it or not. You see there's a D1, and you see on the diode, it's red on the left, it has a black line on the right side. So we're gonna oh, that's perfect. Oh yeah, I'm using them for a table. Like, where did my pliers go? All right. You guys in. Slap right into place. Splay the legs just a little bit. That. Yep, I went back to sleep again. Totally fine thing. Totally okay thing to do. Back over. One. You're dirty. All right. Nice and clean. Touch you up. There we go. Always make sure that your soldered connections have a nice shiny appearance to them. If they appear dull, that's a bad solder connection, and they should probably be touched up either by just applying your soldering iron to them, just kind of reflowing the solder, or reapplying solder, warming it up, and then putting a touch of new solder on top. You know what I forgot to do? Forgot to tell people that I was streaming. Cut. Okay. Let's do that right over top of this other yarn. Stream URL, copied to clipboard. Where's Discord at? That's right. Wardriver. Down will be compatible with CM5. They're going to keep the same physical. Cool. Man. Some people need to think about the mass appeal of Raspberry Pi and not just what works for them. But that's not for me. You came out of this one. Okay, so recap. We have the GPS module installed. We have the SD card module installed. We have... If it's in the background, it doesn't play music. I don't get it. It's weird. We have the SIM card. We have the GSM radio installed. We have the temperature sensor and the resistor for it, and we have the diode here. Okay. What I need to do now is probably do some cuts of cable here for this guy. Let's see how they suggested that. Run it from the bottom side of that board. Okay, cool. So, I've got black, I've got red, I've got yellow, I've got green. So that should be enough diversity in the color to do this. I will leave the solder iron over to the side for the moment while we put some cables now. So red and black, red and black are of course going to be power. Now this cable that I'm using, this wire that I'm using is 26 gauge Shaxson stranded copper wire. So this is stuff that I picked up at Altex back in Austin when I used to live in Texas. So what we're gonna do is, it doesn't say how much it needs. Oh, that reminds me, I should probably grab a set of 22s, or the 18 gauge for the 5-volt ground pins. These two guys, because we do plan on installing the 5-volt battery boards. That is optionally included in the 463s, in the 453, 463 and 7s. 463 and 7. God damn it! Am I using the wrong name? That's 4, 5. Nope. 6. 463 and 7. Oh, I'm in streamer mode. That's why it's doing that shit to me. Sorry. Usernames have been truncated. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Yeah, 463 and 7. I've got it right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these guys all to about 3 inches. 5. Cut them all to 6 inches. What I'm going to do is, while I'm out here, I'm going to cut 2 of them because I have 2 kits to make. Now, I wish I could play some of my favorite trance music from mp3.com, but I have potential to get demonetized and copyright strikes and blah blah blah, and it's just, it's not worth it. Red. I'm just now realizing there may be the possibility that I may have actually bought this stuff when Fry's was still around. You're supposed to go there. One, 2, 6. yellow, which apparently I've never used before because it still has the shrinky dink inside it. This is when I realize I don't have a trash can in here. Alrighty, we have our colors. Let's go grab. Everybody's favorite tool, the stripper. These things are amazing, by the way. Why are you replaying? Oh, it hasn't finished yet. Okay, so you take it, insert it like that, and boom, get a stripped end. These things make working on cabling projects so freaking nice. So nice. Red floating around here somewhere. Oh well, whatever. Okay, so let me do the other side. There. Just do a quick little wrap. Wrap. So the ends don't fray. I don't care about the color. I'll get them cut anyways. Oop, that one didn't strip. So, there we go. Better done. That one landed right there. in the freaking tool. And one more. That's one. So yeah, these are for the OLED display. These things don't require a lot of voltage, so voltage or current. So 26 gauge, perfectly fine for this. Yeah, so let's put the board back. All right. So 3-volt ground, SCL, and SDA. So we need yellow, green, red, and a black. So 3, gonna go to 2. 3 is gonna be red. Since we're trying to route them down that way, we want them this way. So waiting for the tip. Now, yeah, Pinesil will go into a deep sleep if you'll leave it alone for long enough. Even the gyro won't wake it up. So you have to actually click the plus button to get it to wake up. Alright, there's that. Let's make sure we didn't burn too much of it off on that side. Very good. Set it down. Oops, that was bad. Clean up the tip a little bit. Slip. There we go. That. Now I got to decide which one I want to do for which. I think I'm going to do SCL as green. There we go. Cool. And then yellow for SDA for the actual data line. So voltage, ground, clock, and data. that is how I2C works, or I2C, or however you want to call it. Thank you, Phillips. All right, that one's in. Take these. We can nip the back sides. I guess while I'm here, the back side. Sent that into the moon. That one. That one. Got that one. Trimmed them down. Like I should be doing to my nails. One, two, three, four, 5, and 6. Ow! Fork, that hurt. Where did you land? Right. So there's one. There's 2. That was the tin of my the lid of my tin tip stuff. So from here, I'm going to deviate just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and do my OLED board. Actually, I think I haven't really done any of the instructions in order. So SDA will be my first pin for this. Okay, cool. Should work. There we go. I like that better. Okay, now SCK, just the clock line. Get you two out of the way. And this is a gotcha. Be careful, because on the board here and on the OLED board, the voltage and the ground, VCC, and the ground swap. Seriously, you actually have to be the active tab. Oh, you're still playing. Okay. YouTube music. What? Okay. Okay. And ground. This up a little bit more. And shove it in. Okay. Over. See how they look. They look okay. Back and snip, snip. Oh, almost done. Now we're at honestly, the hardest part of it, which is soldering these stupid things. Yeah, because we got, what is it, 20, we got 2 by 20 here. We got 2 of them. Let's make sure we're good to go. Okay, so for this one, on each of these, we have a 5 and a 3. 5 and a 3. I am told ESP32 boards, bottom board first. It doesn't say which one's which. It doesn't say which one's which. Huh. I have to reflash them. I have to reflash them. But be bored. Get real quick. Okay, B board, according to GitHub, if using the official PCB, the B board corresponds to the one that will be covered by, made by Joseph Hewitt. So that is definitely the B board. We will install. This will be supremely difficult if I remember correctly, because some of the pins. Oh, so what? Okay, I spoke of voltage. So the pins aren't completely aligned. Let's try this again. 5, there's 3. There we go. Yeah. And the instructions does say for the B module to be flush as possible to the board. So we will do that. All right. Well, a little live stream. So I would say montage this, but nope. Let's re-tin you real quick, then off right quick. Amazon. What do you want? Arriving tomorrow. Oh, nice. Still getting the soldering stuff that I was supposed to get today. Getting it tomorrow. Love it. Where are we at? We're at 650. Okay, that's where we should be. Cheap. That was hot. Make sure these things are okay. Some of them have a little bit more solder than they probably should, but it's all good. Excuse me. So you know what? I'm getting a little too leaded here. That was not what I wanted to happen, but yeah, getting a little too smoky in here. Want the smoke board. Smoke. I don't want the airflow above on the board. Above the board. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the bit of extra glob of pen pencil tip. There we go. Excuse me. They're all about the same now. Okay. Now for the other 20. Excuse me. our connections. They all look decent. Cool beans. Let's snip them now. Yay! There we go. Trim and clean. Not bad. Not bad. Now we got to do the other one. So the trick with the A module is that one, yeah, we do have the cables coming up from it, from underneath it for the OLED module, but we've also got a concern with the micro USB port here. So if we do mount it flush, if we ever do want to reprogram this thing again, we're not going to be able to, or we're not going to be able to easily reprogram it. So what Mr. Hewitt had devised was mounting the A board, very much like what we did with the micro SD card. Taking it and mounting it just a little upwards. almost. There we go. So what I'm doing is I have that, so you see we're kind of upwards just a little bit so that we can clear the micro SD card, not the micro, the micro USB cable, so that it can clear the B card. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on doing stuff that I shouldn't be doing, like leaving the camera. I should have grabbed these things beforehand. Let's see if I've got anything here. No, I don't have any micro USB here. Now, Type C, that would have been nice, but no micro USB. So I will be back again. Raspberry Pi cable. Raspberry Pi, nice and red. Raspberry Pi logo. So, the advice was to take it, kind of prop it up like that, and then connect in a micro USB cable and make sure that you have clearance between the boot and the top of the B card. So, as I do here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start tacking in this connection with the micro USB cable still plugged in. I'm just going to do the ones on the ends. That's all I need to do to get this started. Try to match the elevation on them. Make sure you're powered up. You are. Okay. That pin is in. And that one's in. So we go back. Make sure we still have clearance. We still have the ability to pull the cable out. Just like that. Just like that. See? There's just enough clearance for us to wiggle the cable around. At this point, I don't need the cable connected anymore. We already have our clearance set. We can go back and do all this resolder in all the connections. all good. Now the other side. So drag, I'm gonna clean. Clean iron transfers heat better than a dirty iron. Just set you here so you're not wriggling around. Cool. There we go. That was the last one that I have on here. So let's go back and take a look. Jesus, I've been on here for 2 hours already. Well, I'll put it to you this way. If this works, I will drop the stream and we'll go from there. Okay, cool. So I've got the screen on, everything plugged in. Let's grab our micro SD card. Ah! And of course I dropped the dumb thing. Oh, right. Gotta trim. Forgot to trim. Need to trim. I think I can trim it any lower than that. I can. Or more. There we go. Nice and trimmed. Now for the other side. I have to do it this way. most of them. Felt a couple of them. Cool. Well, one thing left to do. I think that's power it up. Oh, no. No. So we have RF components on here. We have this guy with a Wi-Fi antenna. We got this guy with a Wi-Fi antenna. We got this guy with a cellular antenna. Luckily, the cellular antenna is already connected, and the GPS in the back doesn't transmit. So what we need to do is we need to put on the leads for the Wi-Fi stuff and put their antennas on. Last thing I want is to fry some radios. This test, all I'm looking for is just activity on the OLED screen. One. There's the other. Shenzhen Development Technology. All right. So these things are MHF4 connectors, so they're a little bit smaller than your usual IPEX type connector. Same general design, same company, Hyros, but a smaller form factor. Whatever you do, don't force them on. They'll fit, and when they fit, you'll hear an audible snap. Okay, cool. So here, power will come into the B side, and everything should power up. Should. So I've got a power brick here for my fan, and since we're done with soldering, turn that off for the moment. You over here. And go over to the room and plug in. So we have light and light, but I don't have anything on the OLED. That could be a number of things. And I don't have a light on the sim thing either. There's one there either. So this is where troubleshooting comes in. Got to figure out what I did wrong where, or if I did anything wrong. It does say that when you start it up, we'll have access points. Sure. Micro SD card needs to be formatted to FAT32. It will not boot without one. I need to find... Whoa, that was friggin' hot. Okay. Let's... Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I done forked up. And it's possible I may have fried my micro SD card there. So what I did is this guy, the micro SD holder, is actually upside down in the footprint. So that needs to come out and be reinstalled. This will be interesting as I have trimmed the leads on there. And typically when you trim once you have trimmed the leads on something that's solderable, they do not like to come back out. But let's see what happens, because I didn't trim the leads on the bottom side. Okay, so that back on, those on, that going. We got this on. Back on. Actually, I may have to do this one instead. That's good. Good wicking. should be enough. Get this guy free. It's supposed to be no clean. So I don't know why it's leaving the residue. Okay, so we're done with this for now. Now we get to do some stupid stuff that you should never have to do. If I'm lucky, the only thing that is broken on here is going to be the micro SD carrier and maybe the micro SD card. If I'm not unlucky, I don't know. We'll find out. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of popping out the insulator from this. What I plan on doing is pushing these pins from the bottom up because I've cut them from the top. They won't exactly fit through the holes without creating a lot of damage. So All right. So we've got the insulator out. So what the goal is here is to use the solder braid again to get the solder out of that well there. Yeah, it's starting to get dark here, so need some light. There we go. See, okay, cool. Sorry, need to see if we're blinding the camera. So, okay, we're picking this back up. We're still 635. Tip still firmly attached. Snip, snip. That was not smart. Let's see if any of this works. Yay. See how I've gotten one of the 4 pins, or one of the pins, kind of out of its socket like that. course, there's always at least one that does not want to help. What I'm doing is I'm just using the plier as a raised platform to push these guys out. And then what I can do is, once this is cooled off, come back. Pull these out. Hopefully. Something a little bit more grippy. So this will be holding on to the pin while I'm working with this guy to push the board down. There's pin 1. Two. Three. And 4. And 5. And the final. Why are you so stubborn? And pincers. There we go. So, don't want pins on here. And we can repin it. This had 6 pins on it, so take what's left of the pin header that we have here. We cut off 6 pins. So now, we solder it this way. But we can do it this way, or we can do it the other way. We can do it this way with these pins facing up. But you need to be cleaned up. Yeah. There, and the fan. Pliers. While I go over these pads. This solder braid. Once that's done, take it, flip it, and do the other side. And it looks happy. Happier. Cool. Go back to the board. Make sure you can still attach the attach the header on here. And we're going to do it like we did before. It's going. Clean the tip. Take a little bit here. Again, we're going to bend this one back like we did earlier. Now you see she's bent backwards. Now we're gonna put solder on the rest of the joints. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do some great work, but hey, everybody's fallible. All right, so we've got the header back in, and we need to make sure to put SD card module back on. And this time we put it on correctly. So as expected, this is going to be a little bit tricky. She's tight. So this may require actually warming up individual pins to get it to fit back in. 3CS mostly. Clock me some ground. I think I know which one the problem is. It's the CS line. You have a bit of built up solder in you. I think 3.3 has a little bit as well. So too. Close the ground. Let's try this. This is one of the legs from the transistor, or from the thermal, or from the temperature thing. Yep. Both miso and ground have some smuts in them. Not allowing full flow or full insertion. Transistor pin back out again. Sluggish, but it makes it in. That's what I'm doing is I'm taking the pin. I'm using the needle nose pliers. One, give me some leverage to stick it in there into the hole, and then also give me better grip so that I can turn the pin around so I can make it clear. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Almost half tempted to try the other micro SD. Card socket. Trying to use the use this as a little bit of leverage, but not sure how well it's working. Although at this point, it might actually be just fine if I put some solder down there. It is actually there. This is not doing what I want it to do. So we are sacrificing the second card, the second Wardriver, to build out the first. I think this is where I was mistaken in just how much the SD card installation would be interfered with by the by this guy. So what I'll do then is take this and we'll have it just minimally hook up out of the micro SD card. And I'll solder it in place like that and then bend it back just a little bit, and then just a little bit. Once we have that solid connection from the solder. Okay. Hopefully, that should fix that problem. Also, do I have a fried ESP now? All right. Fan. Where did I put the USB cord at? Okay. Here we go again. There we go. Starting version 1.20 RC1. We got a blink on the controller card. There we go. Whoop. Also did the stupid starting it without the Wi-Fi antennas on. That was smart. Breaker not only wants to fry his SD card driver, he also wants to fry his radios. Good job. Good job. Okay. So let's try this again. So, take you. Everything's connected. So we see starting. Boot. And connect to Wardriver, code UK. That's cool. All right. All right, so we're going to go into here. Ooh. Connecting to Wardriver Co. UK. What's the default password on this? First time setup. Password is Wardriver .uk by default. And we should go to the website 192.168.4.1. Yeah, it disconnected. Let's reconnect. Okay. Now we're reconnected. Dismiss. Client connected. URL cannot. Don't you just love browser thinks that it's smarter for you? On the device, on the Wardriver, it says client connected. But here on the phone is where we're having fun. Still connected. Now, this may also be because I haven't formatted this card yet. Neat trick, huh? Turn your brightness down, you can see it on the screen. So, ooh, that wasn't good. It was getting kind of warm. So what I will do is, let's power you down. We'll put you over here with the dead micro SD thinner. I'm going to grab micro SD card for package number 2. Put you there. You there. I don't really trust this one. Trust those. I have my own. Since I'm very obviously not going to get to assembling the second one, let's go grab a microstibrator. Nope, one right here. Lovely Alluratech. This thing is light and fast. All right. And here, USB drive F, USB drive D, F. So what size you are? 16 gig? You're empty. 24E, whatever that is. But yes, you are 16 gig. Okay. Here, we are going to format you, FAT32, as it says in the instructions, and we're going to do a quick format. And yes. Unable to complete the format. That's not good. Let's see if I can do a standard format. Yeah, this will take some time. So, in the meantime, actually, you know what? I kind of wonder. See if it'll read a 64 gig. This is a SD XC. Unfortunately, ooh, I do have a 32. SDHC, which if it can read a 16, it can read an SDHC. This one is formatted FAT32. Let's try you again. Okay, we're booting, we're starting, we're blinking. Connect to Wardriver. We're happy. Not. Maybe. Now, it is very likely that I may have actually that I very likely may have screwed the A board on this during the backwards wiring. Never mind. There we are. So first time setup. So I am not going to do this. Actually, I will. So I'm going to do this. Copy. Oh, provide the credentials of my Wi-Fi network. Okay, cool. Let's check one. Seize my IoT network. Submit. Thanks. Please wait. If your thing is not able to I'm going to continue without a fallback network. Oh, it wants to create a fallback network. God. I should have thought about that. I can rerun this setup later. Okay, we've got a connecting. Cannot connect. That's funny. All right. So, what I'll need to do is most likely I'll need to go back and rerun the setup, unplug the wire, remove the power. Oh, cool. So we can do a factory reset. Sweet. So from here, we're going to unplug it, replug it. When it says unplug to reset, it should reset. It should clear itself. There it goes. This cable is extremely hard to unplug. So I'm going to try it one more time. Reset. Cool. And we're going to connect to Wardriver again. Connect to Wardriver. Connect again. Now I'm really hoping that I'll be able to find another one of these micro SD carrier boards on Amazon or one of the other builder type sites like Adafruit or the such. There we go. Okay, cool. So we're going to connect to a network. We're going to connect to my network. Submit. Please wait. Fallback. And this time, I've set up a fallback. Hey, this time it connected. It's doing an NTP sync, contacting. And because I don't have GPS plugged in right now, it's not able to get a GPS. And it's doing a 60-second countdown for the boot. I guess at this point I could probably connect up one of the GPS block as well. There we go. All right. So you got the GPS block connected in. These things are directional, so you do kind of want the ceramic to be facing up. says no GPS right now, no GSM position, which is fine. Kind of expect that at the moment. Temperature is 30.87 C, which I think is right. Cool, I got the date, got the time, and UTC. Still hasn't found anything, either GSM or... Oh, it's not going to find my GSM position because I don't have any of the GSM base stations or base notes written to the SD card. So that's why it's not going to have any GSM positions. So computer is reported back, format complete on the other SD card. What I'm going to do is I'm going to also add the GSM cell towers database. So, tab. Oh, you crashed. Oh. Soldering iron crashed and was drawing full heat. So, for the moment, we do not need the soldering iron. So, I think we're done with that for the time being. That over there. Okay, right, so we are downloading files. So we're saving that. So I'm downloading the GSM towers. Close. Sorry, I didn't think I had to do screen sharing on here, but you can think along with me. So I created a folder on the SD card called cells. Again, following the instructions from the wardriver.uk instructions. I'm waiting for that to finish, which it has. Okay, cool. There already is a folder called cells. I can delete this one. Just click, drag, copy. It's going to take a hot minute because that is a hot mess of a micro SD card, unfortunately. Yeah. How are we doing? 3 hours. That was longer than I wanted to make this. But yeah. Do it right and also make some mistakes along the way. So it's telling me about 30 seconds on that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to unplug the power from this thing, since I know this works now. So we are going to pull the antennas from the Wi-Fi bits, pull the power, this, pull, guess from that. But yeah, also the first time you power this on and try to use the GPS, it may take a hot 15 minutes before GPS updates, because what's happening is there's no almanac data in here for the GPS, no current almanac, so it's going to take a hot minute to download to receive that new almanac data from the GPS satellites. So that's going to take a bit. So from here, I have a 5-volt and a ground on here. In the kit that we get from 463 and 7, if you get the kit with the battery, this is an option. it includes a PCB with an option for 1 or 2 LiPo cells. So what I need to do here is I need to grab my rolls of 22 gauge. Alright. So, as I destroy everything on the bench, tabletop here, we have some 22 gauge, red, and black. So, I need to figure out how this all works. So this will be, so I've made some modifications on one of these. So what I'm going to do on this one, these OLED displays are fragile, super freaking fragile. If you install them the wrong way, if you look at them the wrong way, the screen will break and you got to replace it. Luckily, they're like 15 bucks for a pack of 5 of them through Amazon. And they're usually prime for most locations. So what I've done is I've taken the nubs off the top and just shaved them down and left the nubs on the bottom. And then what I'll end up doing is I will use some of the humbucker tape that I used earlier, and then just kind of tape it across the back, and then keep that will keep the display flush in the device. I need to figure out how all this fits. If it does fit. Okay. Well, it looks like I've done decently. Okay, so the cellular adapter is gonna bind a little bit. Okay. Cool. And then, as you can see inside, there are tabs here, 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 and here that will hold the board in place. So you don't have to push it in too hard, but it will be a snug fit. So that's good. That's good. And that will let me do what I need to do here for this. Now I cut this for 6 inches. I think I cut it just a little bit too long. Okay, there it goes. That'll fit. Just like that. Then I'll throw the humbucker tape on there. And then that'll stay in place. I can also do the same for the wires. Just give it a kind of route the wires around the device. Like so. That way when we come back, put it in, it'll just fit into place. That's good. That's good to know. So we don't need that for the moment. I need to pop you out so I can figure out. So this guy goes in and has a USB outlet right there. So this will fit down, and then there are tabs here, here, and here, and then it's just a friction fit down into here. In fact, that's actually a 45. That's a 45 degree slant, just dropping it into place. That's cool. Also, I need to figure out how this little guy drive sleds, I should say. We got 4 screws there. Those are HP drive sleds. Don't care about those. So, okay, Celis has been copied over, so I can change the micro SD card over. Okay. So what I need is I need to figure out how long I need to make between this 5-volt ground and one of these 5-volt ground pads here. It looks like ultimately they kind of end up across from each other. So I should wire it up like this. So I'm doing a closer dimensional pass for these two. So for red, where'd Mr. Roller go? Where did you disappear to? There you are. So from there to there, we're looking at about 3 freedom units. Because I like to be extra, we will make this 4 freedom units. Okay, cut it right there. Let's work with it. This table is getting crowded. Quite crowded. Okay, and then the black one, do likewise. We will withdraw. We will withdraw 4 freedom units from it. To resecure it. and fail. Okay, cool. So, uh-oh. Hi, welcome back, guys. I've been cutting all the tabs off the print and melting some of the plastic with my soldering iron to hold them in. Yeah. Welcome to the video. I've got about 3 hours of me screwing around, me screwing up as well. So, where did I put my wire trimmers? They were here somewhere. They're there. Haha. So, we are going to take this, trim off one end. We are going to trim off the other. Do the same for the red. Other side. Yay. Okay, cool. So, there's no real right way to do this, I think. So I'm just gonna twist you up. Ah, you stopped again. Okay. Give you happy music. Need to update my playlist, make it a little bit longer. Cool. So we're going to take this green, take that, and we're going to go up that. Take the... Come on, get in there. Ah! Get in there. All right, cool. So I got those two guys. Now I need to need my soldering iron back again. Let's see if it works. All right. Tip 77. You've been powered off a bit. Okay. Power you back on. Don't need you. You. $6.50. Good to go. These actually I will wet just a little bit with resin flux. So I'm just taking the marker, wetting them down. Okay. Fan back on. Let's get smoky in here. Can't tell if that actually. There we go. That worked. Cool. Yeah, it melted away a little bit of the jacket, but not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, cool. So we will take you. We'll snip you and you. And 463 and 7, just to let you know, my kit did work. I think I toasted. I made the mistake of mounting my micro SD card upside down. So I think I toasted my micro SD card, and the micro SD holder just got some solder that's in there that doesn't want to let go. But otherwise, this one seems to be working so far. It's picking up Wi-Fi fine. I haven't. It didn't want to pick up GPS, but it did give me the PPS signal on the back. So as far as I can tell, as far as I know, it's seen it. I think it wants to work. So always a good thing. Okay, cool. So I am going to take this and cool. Take this and we're gonna go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. We're gonna go to the. Ooh, that's just tight enough. So don't use anything larger than 22 gauge on the holes on the battery board. Because as they say in Germany, she's good and tight. Just solder this one up. All right, clean, clean, clean. Oop, right. Flux, flux, flux. Yeah, the SA module operation. Yeah, it came on, and the lights on both the ESPs came on, but nothing came on the OLED. And the Sim 800 was off, and the GPS wasn't giving me PPS. So I was like, something's wrong. And then I pulled out the SD card, and it's toasty. I was like, that's not good. Look back at the documentation, and oh, yeah, user error. All right, let's get you back up to temp. Let's see here. I'm getting the cable soldered. I'm not getting anything in the hole. There we go. That did it. That did it too. Sweet. That should be it for soldering. And again, this battery board is an option on 463 and 7's kits, so you may or may not have this. As are the printed doodads. These things are nice. So I am going to come on. I want to turn you off, damn it. Can't ever remember how to do it. And there we go. Cool. She's in cooldown. And before you do that, make sure you clean it off and run it through the tip cleaner. Make it nice and clean before it goes into storage. Okay, now I got to figure out how to do this. I think this can go in afterwards. So, do this. This goes in like, so this will go in like a sandwich, like something like this. Okay, so I think I'm going to add a little bit of protecting tape here on these studs. Since my battery voltage is running kind of close to them. I think I'm sending you the wires. Yeah, you did miss the wires in this batch. Fortunately, I'm actually reasonably well stocked in either NTE or Shexon wires from doing 3D printing builds. So for me, it was not a problem. No worries on my part. Indeed, indeed. Okay, so I think I cut this just a little too long. I just set it down. Where did I put it? Yeah, and also the kit that you sent Josh, Ham Radio Crash Course. I can't remember if that one had, if he had mentioned that one had cables with it or not as well, or wires. Cables are assemblies of wires. That's cool. Yay. Let's see here. That goes in like that. I think I can put this on. I have to. Doesn't fit in the way, so. Okay. Oh, did I cut you? Yeah. Nope, and that would be a good thing to cut because those things are kind of crossed. Good to know. Good to know. So, like, if you're not watching this live, 463 and 7 did mention in the April kit group, which is where mine came from, mistakenly may not have included the cables either for the I2C or for the battery board. If you need them, let him know, and he'll be able to take care of you. So let's get this back in there. For the note, it says feels like you're gonna break it, so I'm gonna do my best. Wreck It Ralph. I'm gonna wreck it. Where did those? Oh, that's where they are. Okay, cool. Andre. All the way in down there. Oh, you're for the reset button. I thought you were for the powers. Is this this little guy for the reset button or for the power switch? I keep forgetting to ask. Holy fork. I think I'm going to have to shave this guy down. At least shave one of them down. Oh, smart. Okay. Okay, let's throw it up. Actually, in everything. Okay. Where are you at? Everybody avert your eyes. Okay, there's one. It's the middle one. Okay. Easy enough. The button is the power. The switch allows you to charge. Oh, cool. Awesome. Did not know that. Guess maybe I should watch some more videos. On other creators. Building errors. That's gonna take a while. You know what? I have a soldering iron. That works. There. Just scrape that all out. Cool. Oh, it's already in. God dang it. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do, just for my edification, is I'm going to put a small bit of tape up here. Just kind of fix it up here so that what I'm doing is I'm just taking a bit of tape, because I did take out that tooth. Sandwich that in there. Sandwich that in there. Hopefully that'll also help to keep it in place. Okay, cool. So the switch stays. Go in like that. Click, 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 click. Ah. Cool. So that little piece of plastic isn't for the switch. The switch is whether or not you can use the batteries to charge something off of these guys, which these are normally or charge out of that guy. I have not seen a device that has all 3 ports on them. But anyways, this button right here is the power button for the whole device and turns on the power situation for this guy. Cool. Okay, so here, let's get the GPS plugged in. I'm never going to see that again. Get that wrapped around a little bit. This needs to have the ceramic part of the puck. That needs to be facing outwards on the thinnest part of the faceplate. So inside here, there's a little raceway. To allow you to direct the GPS puck's installation. GPS puck cable. So we get that back into place. Cool. That'll like that. Hopefully I can just kind of squash everything else into place. Try to keep everything above the little stands for this thing. Oh. Get in there, baby. You good? That may present a problem. I think Josh got into this off USB-A. Okay, cool. So you can power things off the USB-A from the 1 or 2 cells that you have there. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I think Josh ran into this problem too. We need to, before we put the main PCB in place, we need to put the antennas in. Slowly but surely, 3.5 hours in. I'll be done before the 4th hour. Of course, I say that now, and I completely jinxed myself. Okay, so GPS isn't very good. GPS is happy. Here. Come on, let's go. All right. Now that I know that works. Okay, cool. Actually, I should see. It kind of is. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, 4 hours into this, and even with the mistake, this is a 3 hour. This is at least a 3 hour install. Hey, there we go. Okay, so first one is the plastic puncher, then the lock, then the actual nut. Cool. Let me go grab Mr. Fancy Ass Nut Driver. So many 5/16 connections dealing with Wi-Fi 1U. So I went and bought my own little thumb driver for this thing. Good and tight. All right, let's get the other one. Need you anymore. Half an hour later. Yeah, I don't blame you for saying you're not doing assembled kits anymore. This is tedious. And hopefully maybe you'll get a little bit more time to work on the single board version that you were working on for a while there. Get some traction on that one. I mean, whatever it was, you were having problems with communication between the two devices, or whatever it was. But definitely looking forward to seeing that hit the market whenever it does. Plastic smusher. You. That's it. That's in. All right, just smash it back all into place. happy day. Grab the micro SD card. Get you back in there. Happy, happy. I think I'm going to put a couple of pieces of tape in just to keep this board in place. Not that I don't doubt that this board's going anywhere. Ooh, I was holding the board on it wrong. Okay. I'm going to run you along. Like that. I think I'm going to put some tape down for this as well. Oh, that's nice. Okay. See if I can make this work. Okay, that works. Okay, maybe you do. Oh. Now at this point, this is just my pedantry. As far as like cable routing and whatnot, this is all me being like, bah. So, you don't have to be this pedantic about your cable routing. I choose to be. And some of you may be wondering, why, Raker, why are you using humbucker tape instead of like capstan tape? Captain tape. Well, I'll tell you why. I can't find it. It's buried in a box somewhere. I still... 90% of my maker crap I cannot find from the move. I do not know where half of my stuff is, and it makes me sad. It makes me really sad. I mean, I'll put it to you this way: I cannot find a Prusa printer. I am missing a Prusa Mark III's. It's in a box somewhere, but I don't have the room to unpack it. So it's probably in here. It's probably in here somewhere, for all I know. But yeah. Okay, let's see here. How am I gonna make this work? Ultimately, you need to be like this. Yeah, I definitely put way too much cable in this one. Alright. I got a small piece there. That's not going to be big enough. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was for putting the attacking board in place. With the amount of shenaniganery going on in here with the cables, I don't think I'm going to need to worry about that. So we got you. We got you. What am I doing? 347. Sweet. That's... I think I will hit my 4-hour mark. But definitely, now that I know, now that I built this one, I know the gotchas to watch out for building unit number 2. Namely, don't put the stupid micro SD card slot thing in upside down. Okay, it's assembled. I'm not going to put the nuts in just yet. We're not there yet. So, I'm going to unplug my iron. Excuse me. I'm going to plug you in. Okay. No smoke yet. Press the button. Nothing. Let's flip the switch. And try it again. Not a... Ugly. Okay. We're going back into troubleshooting. Oop. There it goes. Starting. Connecting. Oh, yeah, it's not going to connect to anything. I need to turn you off. Yep, bad idea to connect up. Yeah, micro USB. Yep. I was like, oh crap, it's trying to do Wi-Fi stuff. I need to have the ears on. I have actually found these these little ESP devices to be fairly robust in on their PHY, as far as not having, if they don't have an antenna connected, it's not gonna kill the radios, which is weird. Not used to that. Okay, now we pull out the lovely this is the I love these things. Okay, let's find out the head for these things. Looks like it's a 3/32. Actually, I bet this is probably metric. Nah, shit. Fits the 1/8 perfect. Fits the 3/32 perfectly. All right, so let's get you in here. Would help if we straight. One suggestion on the top case: have the holes a little bit bigger so that they're not actually threading through the top, so that they can actually spin through the bottom for like future cases and the such, because you don't want threading on threading action, because then you have problems trying to pull the two halves together. I think that's about the only real suggestion that I have for this. This has been decent so far. Other than, yeah, also getting rid of a number of the stops, especially the OLED. The OLED whatchamacallits. You know what? actually going to drill these out just a smidge. Josh may have done that too. All right, I'll be right back. I will be back with more tool. It's a power tool. I'm gonna go. Cron did the case. Some of the issues may be due to my printer as well. ESEPs may be off. Okay, that's cool. I mean, it's not a serious detractor, but it kind of like one of those quality of life things. So, where do I put them? Right there. So let's see here. This is what 337. Let's ring it out with a 764. So this is a 764. Let's get plastic crap all over the place. Cool. That should make these a little bit easier to install. The nuts should just... Nope. Next up. This is a 1/8. There we go. That'll work. Okay, let's put this toy away. One, two, three, and four. So yeah, if you do get the case and you do find that the little bolt thingies are giving you trouble, ream it out with a 1/8 inch drill bit, and they'll drop right in. There we go. Spin it around, will ya? Spin it around. Just snug. That's all we need. Again, keeps the bolt straight. Nice. Oh, that's it. That's the last thing, short of 2 batteries. Minus, minus, plus, and plus. Make sure you guys make sure you get these right. They are not crossed. You do that, you're gonna have a fireball on your hands, and not the well. Fireball's kind of nasty, anyways. Fireball tool is kind of cool. Fireball, the drink, not cool. It's actually probably not any better than cross-connecting these. So minus, minus, plus, plus. So let's connect it in one more time with power. Okay. And then press the button to activate everything. We got the light starting. Ha! Oh man, 4 hours and 2 minutes. Dagnabbit. Attempting NTP sync, contacting server. Rev 3. We're good. Like I said, next time, this will go a bit quicker. But honestly, for you first timers, I would probably expect you will have about this much time sunk into it as well. I came in knowing a little bit about the jhewitt project, and I also pre-flashed my boards. This flat tops as well. I haven't had any luck with the button tops. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I pre-flashed these ESP32 modules. Ran into some issues with flashing them. So I probably should have started at the very beginning with this. If you have problems flashing your ESP modules, either from 463 and 7 or from anyone else, if it's a modern ESP32 WROOM slash D0WD based board, there's a change in the flashing process for these devices. You will need to hold down the boot button while you press the enable button to get it into the boot flash mode. Now, this works best if you are using what am I thinking? The binary. If you're flashing it directly from the nightly build binary from the jhewitt site. If you do use the Arduino IDE, it's going to be difficult. I will tell you that right now. That's part of the reason why I ended up going to the binary, is because in order to write these things, you have to be holding the boot button down during the compilation process and up through where it says that it's trying to connect to the device. That is a very long time on most systems. On my laptop with an AMD 6850 Ryzen 7 6850, that build takes upwards of 2 to 3 minutes, and at that time you've got to be maintaining contact on that boot button. Otherwise, you'll miss it, and it'll say, "Oh, I can't connect to the device." So just be warned. That's that will end up happening. Cool. So GSM position, okay. So I don't know if you can read it here. This has Wi-Fi. I've got 37 APs. I've got a temperature inside the case. No GPS. I'll have to take a look and see what's going on there. I was getting a PPS on the back, so I'll need to figure out if it's pulled down and everything or not. GSM position's okay, so that's good. I've got 24 BLE items, of which I'm probably wearing 7, and then 2 GSM towers, which are giving me some GPS information. So looks like the ESP32 version needs to be 2012. It's not in the write-up, but I just installed that version and flashed both boards successfully if you want to pass that along to the other folks. Okay, cool. So again, 463N7's in the live chat, and he let me know if you're running ESP32 version, this would be the ESP32 add-on to the Arduino IDE. It needs to be version 2.0.12, and that apparently will take care of the holding the boot button down through the entire process. Cool. Well, it looks like I have one niggle to work on. I'm going to let this set again from a cold boot, and it doesn't have any datum from the satellites. If it doesn't have the information that it needs, it's not going to get a GPS lock for a while. And plus, I'm also inside. I've got a metal shingle roof on above me, so it's very likely that I'm not going to be able to get a good GPS fix. So I'm getting tired. I'll take this out for a run tomorrow and see what I can get, and see if I can figure out if it does end up getting a GPS fix. Otherwise, I'll take a look and see what else I can do. But yeah, this is actually a pretty decent build. It's kind of compact. It'll get a little bit heavier with the 18650s. So the 18650s, they have to be the flat tops. They cannot be the protected circuits. They can't have the little protection devices on them. So these are going to be the batteries that you commonly see in like vape pens and the such. Even some of the Chinesium flashlights will be the same thing. I need to take it outside. Yeah, if the UFL connector is touching the onboard battery, it won't get a fix. Oh, that's a good point. I don't think it was touching the onboard battery, but yeah, if it's doing that, then that'll screw some stuff up. So I'll definitely take this apart if it doesn't get a GPS fix here in the next 15-20 minutes, or taking it outside, seeing what's going on. But yeah, this is a good build. This is a good device, and I look forward to taking it out on some war drives. Also grabbing the replacement microSD and microSD carrier so that I can build the second one. That'll be fun. Get 2 of these going and then start doing war driving with them. And then hopefully here within the next week or two, I've been working on a 3D printed project for relocating your favorite SMA antennas outside of your vehicle using your going over your side windows. So you roll down your side window, you install this little horseshoe thing that fits over the top of the window. You can roll your window back up. You'll have a connector on the inside with an SMA connector. You have a connector on the outside with an SMA connector, so that you can relocate your antennas outside of your vehicle. This works great for people with potentially metallized tint, or with smaller vehicles, or vehicles with bad RFI inside them. So this will help you with your war driving, or with anything, honestly, for that matter. Anything that would use an SMA connector. I'll have the print itself will be, it won't care if it's SMA or RPSMA. RPSMA is what we use in the Wi-Fi gear. So that will be coming up in probably a couple of weeks, and I'll have a video of that. That will be significantly shorter. That will be maybe 15-20 minutes of me showing just showing the device and showing how it fits on my truck, and how many of them I can fit on my on my truck's rear windows. But anyways, thanks everybody for tuning in. This one was an extremely long one, a lot longer than I expected it to be. But again, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the watch. Leave any comments that you have, questions that you may have about the what I'm doing at a particular point in the video, and we'll run it from there. And keep commenting, keep being smart, keep being good people. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. See ya.